Okay. Where to start? Last night, I was investigating. We set up this static verifier key. So basically, I don't think I have this running right now. When someone forgets their password, they have to use their recovery phrase. They have an account key, which is saved in two ways. One is saved encrypted using the password, and the other one is saved encrypted using the passphrase that they're given. If they forget their password, but they have the passphrase, they need to be able to override the password wrapped key. And the thing is that we on the server need to know they have access to the recovery phrase without actually seeing the recovery phrase ever. So the client can't send the recovery phrase. The previous way that it set it up yesterday was it basically just trusted that if you had SMS access, it would let you override the password wrapped key. This isn't great because if someone takes over a person's account, their SMS account, which has happened with Twilio issues before, with Signal, then that person could basically just break the other person's account. They couldn't see any of the messages or anything like that, but if they override the account key, the password wrapped account key, the user has to have their passphrase, otherwise they can just never get back into their account. So anyways, we wanted to implement some proof that the server could check to make sure that you actually have the recovery phrase, the correct recovery phrase. And so we did this through a static verifier. Basically, the client would generate a verifier using the recovery phrase and send that to the server. The server then SHA-256's the verifier and saves that in the database. And then if the user ever wants to override the account key using the recovery passphrase, the password wrapped account key, then they can submit the static verifier again. The issue with this is that if we send the static verifier to the server could log this, or the server could just be malicious, right? So a different way to do this would be to have a public and private key. So you would send a public key to the server and you would generate the private key using the account key or the passphrase. The account key is better. So you can generate a new private key using the account key, and then use that to generate a public key, send the public key to the server. We know you have the recovery passphrase if you have access to the account key, because you would have had to have been able to unlock that, and that would allow you, then the server would allow you to overwrite the account. This is actually still a little bit worse than, say, Signal, because you're still trusting the server not to override your account keys and stuff. On Signal, the server doesn't ever store your account keys in any sort of encrypted vaults. The reason we want to is because we want to basically have the flexibility in the future to store history, so that you can just log in from any device and access your messages and stuff. This is something Signal has now done with their sort of history backup. So you just back up all the messages instead of the keys themselves. And then if you logged in on a new phone without transferring it, then you would just create new keys and the other person would see that you had changed phone numbers or whatever. Not phone numbers, but keys. So I'm just thinking real fast. Our setup is something more akin to like how Proton Mail would work, or Bitwarden or something like this, where you can log in from any device, and the server has all your stuff encrypted. Signal doesn't really work that way. So Signal is a little bit nicer in that it's a lot easier to reason about, and the server really can be completely untrustworthy and it's still fine. But even they have to make certain trade-offs. Anyways, ours leans a little bit more towards a malicious server is bad. It can't see any of the messages or anything, but it could break your account, potentially like impersonate you, something like this. At least the client should have checks in place, and then ideally you can do some kind of proof that the client hasn't been modified, to have some sort of sanity there. I don't even think Signal really gives you that. Like Signal, you don't know if the iOS app or the Android app has been modified before they ship it. So I was looking at all this, and basically to switch to the public key challenge response recovery proof, we issue a challenge, and we store that challenge, and then basically we send it to the client, and the client has to sign that challenge and send it back to us, and then we use our public key to see if it was signed with the correct private key. That challenge, we have to store it for some period of time. We could store it in the database, but it does really belong more in a cache because it's a very short-lived thing. And so it was going to do this in our Elixir service, but in our Elixir service, if you store it in cache there, it's local to each server. So if we have 3 pods, each pod has their own cache. I'm pretty sure in Elixir there's a way to have a distributed cache. I'm not sure how simple it is to do. And I'm not sure if it's the best sort of long-term path. That's what I was starting to investigate here. I was asking Codex. Codex basically just immediately recommends like Redis or Memcached, and specifically Redis. And I probably would lean away from Redis. Redis is kind of complicated, and there's Valkey, which is the kind of new, always open source version. It's like 4JO to whatever the other one is. They forked Redis, basically, because Redis went with a more restrictive license, I think, if I remember correctly. So Memcached is just simpler. I'd probably lean towards Memcached, the same reason I lean towards MySQL. Redis has some nice stuff, but it's stuff that you don't want to use if you ever care about actually scaling your stuff up later. So it's the same way I feel about Postgres. Postgres has some nice stuff. A lot of people have been using Postgres recently because it has pretty nice, what's the word? Linear algebra vector search. So you can create vectors and then search across those vectors. There's like some kind of plugin or something in Postgres that does that. But that type of thing, like what happens as soon as you need to shard? Like, does that work anymore? And no, it doesn't. Like, it's just always local to the shard. And so if you set up your app around this premise that you have some sort of global vector DB lookup thing that's like just managed by the service, but managed by the database, like it's not going to work. So you can implement something like that yourself, but you should do that up front instead of using something like built into Postgres that will only work when you have a single instance. That'll last you a long time, but yeah, I'm not a fan of using those features for that reason. So at that point, just use MySQL and implement whatever you need on top of it. But, you know, there's something to be said for shipping stuff out faster, testing it faster, whatever, then make it someone else's problem that you hire down the road. My big thing is, like, just be aware that you're making that choice. And, like, I would choose the other one, but as long as you're aware, then it's kind of fine because you can deal with it later. So all this was implemented, which was switching to the static verifier from having no verifier. Basically, if you had SMS, you could just override the account key wrapped by the password. Now we have the static verifier, so if you use the using the recovery phrase, you can get the account key, use the account key to create the verifier, I think, the static verifier. And then the server SHA-256 is the static verifier. But again, if the server is malicious, then it can kind of just override that. Of course, if the server is malicious, it can just delete your account key, whatever. But I just like to not have this if I don't have to have this risk. Because in theory, if someone is able to get it in transit, then if they were able to take over the person's phone number, then they could not necessarily brick their account, but almost brick their account. So I want to figure out, basically, can we use an Elixir only cache? Codex is saying don't, but now I need to actually read why it thinks that, and then I want to try and ask Claude separately. Because I find when you're like trying to reason through something, Claude is better. And Codex is nice for like just having some pretty like good initial coding, like it just pulls out a correct thing to do. And sometimes Claude will just completely miss some obvious thing to do, but yeah, I like Claude for a reason. I have an Elixir service. God. I have an Elixir service, and I need to start implementing rate limiting and challenges. Need some kind of distributed cache to implement these features. The obvious thing would be to use Redis or Memcached, but I thought it was possible / reasonable to have your distributed cache directly as part of your Elixir service. God, I cannot type. What do you think about this? I want new music. It's not only possible, but quite reasonable. You have several options. What works well in Elixir? The Beam VM was designed for distributed systems. Erlang's nodes can cluster natively, processes can communicate across nodes transparently, and there are battle-tested tools for distributed state built right into OTP. For something like rate limiting and challenge tracking, you often don't need operational overhead of separate Redis Memcached cluster. Your main options are ETS. If you're running on a single node and don't need cross-node consistent, ECS is extremely fast. It's the go-to for local rate limiting. You pair it with periodic cleanup process to expire stale entries. Mnesia, this is OTP's built-in distributed database. It supports replication across nodes, can run fully in memory, like a distributed ETS, and handles network partitions with configurable strategies. For rate limiting and challenge, state and in-memory Mnesia table replicated across your clusters is a very natural fit. The trade-off is Mnesia's cluster membership is somewhat static. Adding or removing nodes requires some ceremony. Net splits need careful handling. CRDT libraries like Horde or Delta CRDT. If you want eventual consistency, distributed counters with coordination overhead, without coordination overhead, CRDTs are elegant. A G counter or PN counter CRDT can track rate limit hits across nodes and merge automatically. Horde gives you distributed process registries and supervisors. This approach is more resilient to net splits, but gives you eventual rather than strong consistency. Process groups plus gen server. You can roll your own lightweight solution where each node owns a shard of the key space using consistent hashing and process groups for routing. This is more work, but gives you full control. For rate limiting specifically, slight overcounting during a net split is usually acceptable. This means you don't need strong consistency, which simplifies it a lot. DB first now, Redis later. Yeah. You still avoided your Redis, yeah, by using the DB. Increases DB load and complexity for high turn keys. Time to live cleanup / query patterns are awkward. Kubernetes challenges the calculus a bit. Let me break it into concerns. The clustering problem on KAIDs. Beam clustering on Kubernetes works, but adds friction. Pods are ephemeral, IPs change, and blah, blah, blah. You'd use libcluster with Kubernetes strategy. DNS or API-based discovery. It does work, but Mnesia in particular dislikes nodes coming and going. It was designed for stable topologies. So the distributed ETS via Mnesia story gets less appealing. Rate limiting challenges have very different consistency needs. Rate limiting is tolerant of approximation. If a pod dies and you lose some counters, the worst case is the user gets a few extra requests through. ETS local to each pod with no clustering is often fine. You're effectively doing per pod rate. I mean, this is what I was going to set up first, just not even worry about distributed caching. Ooh, but I would like to fix this. If you have n pods, you're allowing for n times your limit, which you can account for. But this doesn't work in the case where I want to have a hard limit of 5 attempts for the PIN code to allow you to reset your account immediately if you have access to the SMS. A challenge is its strict life cycle. You issue it on request A, and it must be verifiable on request B, which almost certainly hits a different pod. If the challenge state was only in the issuing pod's memory, it's gone. For rate limiting, stick with local ETS per pod. Use your database. But we also have cases like we want a hard limit of 5 attempts entering a recovery pin to reset your account more quickly. So we could do that with our database too. Yeah. Security critical limit where the per pod ETS approach falls apart. If you have 3 pods, the attacker gets 15 attempts instead of 5. This is really the same category as challenges. You need a global consistent, and the same answer applies to your database. Yeah. What does a distributed cache give me over using my database? Textbook answers are latency and throughput. A cache like Redis holds everything in memory and is optimized for simple key value operations, so you get sub-millisecond reads. There's a few milliseconds for Postgres. Can handle much higher operation rate before falling over. Think about what you're actually doing. I think that's the main thing is that the caches, they don't really support queries. Challenge verification, pin attempt tracking, security critical limits. These are all low volume operations tied to human speed interactions. Your database can handle thousands of these queries per second without breaking a sweat. What does a distributed cache actually cost you? Another piece of infrastructure to deploy, monitor, and keep alive on K8s. New failure mode, if Redis goes down, your challenges stop working. Do you fail open or fail closed? Data consistency questions. Do you write to both the DB and cache, just the cache? Now you're thinking about cache invalidation. Operational complexity. Redis on K8s needs persistent volumes. You had a general rate limiter doing tens of thousands of checks per second. You need a general consistency across pods. Local ETS handles this. So there's no good Elixir. And I should use what's that? Let me be clear, there are Elixir options. Nebulix. Support for transparency, adding caching to your existing Elixir applications. Like Ecto, the caching abstraction allows consistent use of various caching solutions with minimal impact on your code. Nebulix's cache abstraction shields developers from directly interacting with underlying caching mechanisms implementations. problem isn't that they don't exist. The problem is that distributed beam clustering on Kubernetes is the hard part. Once you accept that cost, libcluster, dealing with a node churn during deploys, handling net splits, tuning connection timeouts, then yes, Nebulix or Mnesia on top of that cluster works, but that's not easy to use, meaningful operational commitment. And if you're going to take on infrastructure complexity for distributed cache, Redis or K8s are easier than maintaining a beam cluster. There are mature Helm charts, Redis operator Sentinel, it's well trodden ground, versus beam clustering on K8s, which works, but do I need clustering for any do I need beam clustering for any other reason? If I wanted to call beam clustering lets nodes communicate transparently. You can call it genserver.call, and it just works. Need leader election, K8s has least leader elections. Pattern on K8s generally treat your pods as stateless and push coordination into infrastructure designed for your database, message broker, K8s primitives. Beam clustering pushes against that. It wants stable, long-lived, addressable nodes. How do you think about Redis versus cache? Alright. So I think probably do Valkey. In 2024, Redis switched the licensing from Redis core code repository from the BSD license to dual SSPL and proprietary licensing. This prompted a large portion of the user and developer community to fork Redis as a project with Linux Foundation under Valkey. But yeah, I think I'll do Valkey, but not yet. So we should update And actually, for ETS challenge states, I think we probably use the, here's proposal, use your own judgment about it. In general, we want this to be well. So we should probably also be using the DV5 challenge attempts for the recovery pin. Is that what we're, is that? Or are we? In attempts are DB backed. Great. So I'd want to set a Valkey. I don't think that's going to be terribly hard to do. I think after I get this stuff done, all this sort of like login stuff, I'll implement Valkey so we can switch. We can make our rate limiting actually distributed. It'll be nice. I think it's the only thing we need it for right now, but it'd be nice to have distributed rate limiting. The one issue with that is you got to figure out if you fail open or closed if the cache is down. Sort of a big deal. Because right now the cache is distributed, right? I mean, the cache is not distributed, it's local to each Elixir server, which gives it a high degree of resilience. As soon as Valkey is in place, then if the cache goes down, do you just open it up, close it, and then no one can do anything? Like, that can't really happen with the Elixir setup. The trade-off with the Elixir setup being you have no real limits globally. It depends on how many nodes you have. So slow. No. I might have beaten my 166. It's hard because when I know that I'm going fast, I'm like trying to do the last two words as fast as I possibly can, and it's just taking a lot of risk. Music stop. Damn. Please don't compact. Don't compact. Do not redeem. Not redeem. Oh. All right. I think we're gonna go ahead with it. Wait. Okay. Let's see what happens. This updates our current changes to go from the static verifier to the challenge response recovery proof. Definitely a little overkill, but damn. Fuck. Threats. No. No. E's are a pain in the ass. God. I read these words and I'm like, I read increase, right? I'm like, oh, that's a word that's gonna slow me down. And then I literally see increase 2 words later again, and I'm like, I'm just lose my mind. Just can't keep it together. Like school, increase, these words are just a pain to type. Cool, I get to come back again.
Permission requested. Install at noble/ed 25519, library version 223. Permission requested. Query documentation for Noble Ed 25519 library.
7.
Permission requested. Query documentation for Noble Ed 25519 library. Permission requested. Command to install at noble/ed 25519 v300 packet.
Peaked at 225. No. I think that might have been fast enough. Take a look at the stage changes in detail. How does the implementation look? Is there anything? Faster. Cool. Always got some suggestions. Biggest blocker. Recovery tests are still on the old verifier API. Yeah, this one validate as is. Consume in multi is not actually lock based despite comment wording. It does read then update. It's mostly safe via status equals active guard. Expiry validation, expiry user verification check should be an atomic update predicate too. You decode challenge token claims. You decode challenge token claims, but don't use the user ID from claims in verify recovery proof. You rely only on DB row checks. That works, but explicitly checking claim consistency would tighten invariance, improve telemetry clarity. Parameter filtering is improved. Verification token is still not in filter list. Parameter filtering is improved, but verification token is still not in filter list. It's short-lived, but still sensitive enough to redact. Consider simplifying challenge schema. Use ID, binary ID as private, public PK instead of separate integer. What is PK? What PK is? The index? Unless you intentionally want both. Okay. I'll wait for this to finish up the tests. Oh, that was so close. I hit 170. It's pretty hard. No. I need feet for this. Glove 80. Glove 80. Rubber feet.
Permission requested. Command to reset database with new migration. Permission requested. Run bash command to execute recovery tests. Permission requested. Command to run full server test suite.
Thanks. Where do I get these? Rubber bumps on feet.
Permission requested.
Likely
Run
benign
specific
condition.
alien vault wipe test.
I don't think you can have rubber on your feet. Not a doctor. Pretty sure you can't have rubber growing on your feet. There's 6 mils. 10 mils would be perfect. Mils. 1 by 4. 1 by 2. Like 10 by 2. Oh, I think that's
Permission
10
requested.
mils.
Command to reset database and run all tests.
Probably want the 10 by. Expensive.
Permission requested. Run full validation suite on the Kiwi research project.
What did I do for these? Suggestion 1. Good analysis. Let me implement all 4 suggestions.
Permission requested. Command to auto-format recovery testx's file. Permission requested. Run full validation suite after formatting fix in the Kiwi research project.
Is
Permission requested.
yeah, I think that's
Run
what I
Happy Group
want.
server and weblint, type check and test. Permission requested. Command to auto-format all server files. Permission requested. Run Happy Group's validation suite in the Kiwi research directory. Permission requested. Run Credo for detailed lint output.
Let's go ahead. Then 100 pieces. How many is it?
Permission requested. Rerun Credo check. Permission requested. Command to reset database and run tests after refactoring. Permission requested. Run Happy Group's full validation command.
Take a look at them.
Permission requested. Command to format, lint, and test server code.
Feet for the keyboard should help it prevent not move around as much. What do we got? I did spot a few important things to clean up. Okay, I think I already fixed this.
Permission requested. Command to format, lint, and test server code.
Challenge consume logic. Challenge consume logic still does a read, then a separate update. Common implies lock style syntax.
Permission requested. Run Happy Group's full validation via Moon.
Oh my god.
Permission requested. Auto format vault crypto TS file with prettier. Permission requested. Run weblint and type check on the Kiwi research project. Permission requested. Command to format and rerun weblint and type check.
Not doing so good today. Should check if they like switch me back to on it or something. Say at the top here, Opus. Oh, it hasn't done the suggestions yet. It's just been trying to fix the testing.
I fixed the type mismatches in the Vault Crypto TypeScript file by wrapping the noble ed 25,519 returns in uint8 array, ran prettier to format the file, and re-executed the full lint, type check, and test suites for both web and server, all of which passed. I also rewrote the atomic update predicate in recovery challengex, added challenge token claim consistency checks in accounts.x, added verification token to the Phoenix filter parameters list in config.x, and simplified the recovery challenges schema to use challenged as the primary key. I updated the task status to complete it. Permission requested. Command to verify recovery tests without IO puts noise. Permission requested. Command to run recovery tests. I removed the debug IO put statements from the recovery test file, and then ran the Elixir mix test suite, confirming that all 28 tests passed with 0 failures. I also noted that the first 2 suggestions, adding an atomic update predicate and a claim consistency check, had already been implemented in the previous round.
Take a look at current git changes. Current. We are fixing recovery to user proof instead of allowing someone to override the password wrapped account key with just the SMS. We may want to take 3. What do you think of our changes? Is there anything you would %8 context left? Let's see what it thinks about this. The strong security improvement. You moved from SMS possession, can rotate credentials to SMS plus proof of account key possession. What looks good? Main things I would approve. Can you update the migration/file naming? Boom. 167. 1 word per minute faster. There's no way it's gonna be able to move with this % context left.
Permission requested. Run server tests using bash command.
No, you're not going to be able to. Shift tab. Clear. I'll take a look at this too. So tired of this keyboard shifting around. So after this is done, recovery will be fixed. I think we already have stage 7 done too, which was stage 7. Phase 7. Vault wipe. Yeah, so if you have SMS access, you get up to 5 attempts to enter your PIN to bypass the 1 week wait. Gotta test all that stuff, but there's 2 other small things to do after this, which is the unlock UI. 6.
Permission requested.
Oh my god.
Run Vault crypto tests to verify ED 25519 functionality.
Verification?
Permission requested. Command to run web tests via Moon.
This is perfect. Client-side crypto unit test.
Permission requested. Command to find Happy Group's project ID.
These are just all the tests we need. So we may already have some of these. So I'll have to do a pass of that, but we should do phase 5.
I reviewed the full diff and explained the new ED 25519 challenge response proof, highlighting its security improvement over the previous deterministic verifier, correct transaction semantics, clean message construction, matching cross-language test vectors, credential binding, and careful error handling. I suggested several enhancements, including adding a warning log for the silent rescue in the verify signature Elixir function, clarifying that challenges remain active after a proof failure, commenting the all zero HKDF salt in the Vault Crypto TypeScript file, noting the lack of rate limiting on recovery login challenge rows, improving the client recovery login page UX for proof failures, and confirming that the @noble/ed 25519 library is properly configured for SHA-512. I also ran the Vault Crypto test suite and the Happy Group's web tests to verify that the implementation works. Permission requested. Command to compile server with warnings as errors. Permission requested. Run full lint type check and test suite in the Kiwi research directory. Permission requested. Command to run recovery tests. Permission requested. Edit recovery test file. Permission requested. Command to run recovery tests. Permission requested. Run full validation suite on Kiwi research project. I ran the recovery test, edited the recovery test Elixir script to correct the contract description, and then executed the full validation suite, which passed all 71 actions. I also added new filter parameters in the configuration Elixir file, introduced a sanitized logger warning in the recovery proof Elixir file, documented the 0-byte HKDF salt in the Vault Crypto TypeScript file, and enhanced the recovery login page TypeScript JSX to handle recovery failed by clearing state and prompting the user again. Permission requested. Command to verify compilation of the Happy Groups server. I edited the Elixir file home /Jordan Garside /Kiwi research /Kiwi /app /Happy Groups /server /lib /Happy Groups server /account /recovery proof. X, replacing the warning message with one that logs the exception struct instead of its raw message. Then I changed to the server directory and ran mixcompile with warnings treated as errors, checking the final 5 lines of output. I explained that logging the Erlang error, or argument error struct, gives operators enough information about the failure without exposing any cryptographic material. Permission requested. Create git commit with recovery proof changes.
Type. What's that miss one?
I displayed a summary of stage changes and listed the 5 most recent commit messages, then verified that no unexpected Elixir, TypeScript, TypeScript JSX, YAML, or JSON files were staged. I created a commit adding an ed 25519 challenge response recovery proof for HAPA groups, and all pre-commit lint, type check, and test checks passed.
Pretty weird how different the models are. I wonder if that'll be true a couple of years from now. It'll still be better to use some models from some companies for some things. I would guess it probably will be true for the next few years. It's so expensive to build the models. Bizarre. Can I help you, Midwood? Can I help you? No. Fuck. That's slow.
Permission requested. Exit plan mode.
Okay. Finally getting back to easy stuff. Other stuff was such a pain. What do you think of this plan? What do you think about these suggestions? Use your judgment. We generally like Let's see.
Permission requested. Exit plan mode.
You think of this plan to implement? Oh, come here. Come.
Permission requested. Exit plan mode.
Pup, come on, over here. Come. Oh, over here. Come.
Permission requested. Exit plan mode.
All right, go ahead and implement this. I think after this, you can actually test everything. Do locally you don't send real SMS right now. Dev is wired to a Twilio mock. Twilio module is set to mock behavior is send verification code always succeeds. Check verifications code succeed 000. Line type lookup returns mobile. You just enter. Yeah, prod accidentally used the mock module. SMS proof is effectively broken. Is there any way to make sure this
Permission requested.
never
Run
happens?
E2E unlock tests in the Happy Groups web application. Permission requested. Run E2E unlock tests with PNPM using Playwright and Desktop Chromium.
For answer, you can make it very hard to happen, but never only comes from layered fill closed chat. Right now you already have one layer, runtime, sets Twilio and prod. If Twilio module, add a startup kill switch and application.start. Set allow mock external clients to true. Yeah, implement some of these to make sure that never happens.
Permission requested. Run unlock e2e tests and show last 30 lines of output.
So, do this. SH.
Permission requested. Command to run pre-commit checks. Permission requested. Command to run pre-commit checks. Permission requested. Run unlock end-to-end tests.
So commit this. I edited the unlock overlay TypeScript component to import use navigate, added a navigate variable, and changed the logout button to call a handle logout function.
I then ran the pre-commit checks and re-executed the unlock end-to-end tests, which all passed, and finally marked task 5 as completed.
Take a look. Look at our stage to get changes. Is there anything? Notice that we create an overlay. I think we have their overlays. Is this something in our design system? Few things I'm going to improve. You're redefining the same full screen overlay pattern already used. You already, this component bypasses them.
I read the overlay TypeScript component and the modal TypeScript component. Then I searched the entire source tree for import statements that reference either overlay or modal and presented the matching lines. Permission requested. Exit plan mode. Permission requested. Edit tidy giggling bool, MD file. Permission requested. Exit plan mode. Permission requested. Run E2E unlock tests in the Happy Groups web application. Permission requested. Run E2E unlock tests and display last 30 lines of output.
What is this?
Permission requested. Command to rerun eTOI unlock tests. Permission requested. Run eTOI auth tests.
You go outside again, Miss Pep? Go outside again? Gotta go outside again? Oh. Our song stopped.
Permission requested. Run eTOI recovery and vault wipe tests using bash command.
What up?
Permission requested. Run eTOI auth keys tests.
Hold on, Pep.
Permission requested. Command to check auth keys failure details. Permission requested. Rerun failing auth keys test to check flakiness. Permission requested. Run full auth keys suite to check pattern using desktop Chromium browser. I ran the playwright end-to-end tests for the auth keys TypeScript suite, saw a credentials undefined failure, diagnosed it as a pre-existing flake unrelated to my changes, and confirmed the issue was intermittent by re-executing the failing test in isolation and with repeats. After running the full suite again, all 9 tests passed, showing the earlier error was a transient server state collision, and I marked the task as completed. Permission requested. Command to run pre-commit checks. Permission requested. Run pre-commit checks from the Kiwi research repository. Permission requested. Run eTui unlock tests in the Kiwi app. Permission requested. Command to run eTui tests for auth and auth keys.
Fix. Fix unsupported browser allowing. Move. Demo. Probably want to
I ran the pre-commit checks from the repository root, and they all passed. Then I executed the unlock end-to-end tests with a port offset of 7, and all 4 tests succeeded. Finally, I verified the authentication and authentication keys suites with a port offset of 8, confirming they also passed.
Okay. We go take pup out.
Permission requested. Command to run pre-commit checks on the Kiwi research project. Permission requested. Run e2e unlock tests in the Kiwi application. I edited the use inert siblings TypeScript file to skip elements that were already inert, and I updated the use focus trap TypeScript file to capture whether the container had a tab index, restore its prior tab index on cleanup, and adjust the focus restoration logic. Then, I ran the pre-commit checks using the Moon quiet script and executed the playwright end to end unlock tests for the desktop Chrome project.
Pop. Come. Hey, come on. Relax. Yeah, I think all the login stuff is done.
I navigated to the Kiwi repository, checked the working tree status, displayed a summary of staged changes, and listed the 5 most recent commits. Then I created a new commit with the message Vitae 11YApp, add blocking dialog with focus trap,
Now to do
inert
some
siblings, and
smaller
aria for habit
things.
groups, describing the added component and its accessibility features.
Oh. At help/browser. We will probably support. We're probably going to move all the index pages to /demo. Maybe we need separate routes for all of that to work. The idea is to be able to show the UI experience. Demo data. User having to be logged in. I think we eventually move that to the database as well. I can go here. Dev. One. Oh, we never did that. First, what do we want to do first? Inside phone number. Some plan to implement phone number helper thing on the client or the SMS plugin stuff. Can you try to figure out that? Go ahead. Make a plan to implement it. Server. Oops. You're right, this is happening because the browser check only runs one string bootstrap and is explicitly skipped on /help. After that React router, client navigation can move to index without rerunning the check. Entry client skips checks for help. Fast fix, add reload document to the help page link so they do a full page reload. Keep the bootstrap check and add a post-hydration route guard that runs on location. Split demo routes now. Do the more robust fix. lib phone number JS. Did we provide some auto the input as the user types, or is that bad for accessibility? Provide some auto formatting of the input as the user type. Another question I had. I think this is solid direction. Make the auth entry point, move current mock app to demo, add a route level guard to single page. Set / the login page, keep register and recover as is, move the current main layout under path demo. Keep help routes, keep dev routes.
Permission requested. Query documentation for libphoneNumber.js library. Permission requested. Query documentation for libphoneNumber.js library.
Robust browser guard. If you strongly want real app routes indexed off of /, we can still do it with. This will be the first time I try Codex to actually make some changes.
Permission requested.
As you type,
Ask
reformatting
user
a phone
question
input
about
has
phone
real
number
accessibility
formatting.
trade-offs. Public auth routes at root. Demo, real app routes today, rooted. Update routes, make / the login route, move current main.
Permission requested. Exit plan mode.
Too many things going on. Thought it was Shift T, Shift Tab. What do you think of this plan to implement better phone number UX? Happy groups. Happy groups. 420. Here's a full invitation. Yeah, we'll do this. Starting to make progress. Man. So much work. It's funny because if you weren't encrypting user stuff, this would have taken me, would took me like probably 2 weeks. Would have taken me 1 day. So you could have just used an off-the-shelf like OAuth login, and you would just start saving stuff in your database. And you'd have security risks that you'd have to deal with long term, which most companies don't ever actually deal with, but most startups don't ever actually deal with it. Strong plan, it matches the current pain points, a few tweaks. The biggest risk is auto proceeding plus for digital input. Then silently turn a US local number into Algeria. I don't know if I like the Glove 80 in general. Like, supposed to feel really good. I think it's probably better, but I guess maybe it's one of the best ones. But one thing for me is with the rests. So on a normal keyboard, my hand's kind of shifting around a lot while I'm typing. And on the Glove 80, I have my wrist anchored on the wrist pad. And so I find some things are really hard to type because I don't want to lift my wrist up at all. So like when I'm doing equals, or if I were trying to use like the F keys.
Requested. Exit plan mode.
Let's see what it said. I think that the thumb keys are nice. Once I get used to them a little bit more. Still taking time though. So on a regular keyboard, I feel like I kind of adapted to things that like hitting tab would be hard. But I don't hit tab with my pinky, I hit tab with my ring finger actually, I think. I guess I hit it with my pinky. But my hand just shifts around a lot. In a way I don't feel like I can do on the Glove 80. This is a revised plan, it's much better. I have no idea like if this is a good general approach or not. Like this thing where I'm like barely reading what it's saying. I mean, I'm gonna see. Luckily, like I have the experience to know once it's implemented, like I can go back and look at this and be like, this is just stupid and fix it or whatever, but I'm kind of like giving it a go. See how it turns out. I wonder how things are going to be in 10 years or so.
Permission requested. Exit plan mode.
I feel like what I'm doing here, you get kind of like a sort of an average, like above average proposal, and then like above average review. And it's not perfect, and again, it's very similar to like how review would work at an actual company where someone's probably not going to like completely change the implementation, even though maybe it needs to be. But just depending on what it is, that's fine. Like you got to do something. And these are not really core pieces. Although I just did this for this sort of core login and register pieces, but it's something I don't have the experience to really do. Not quickly, at least.
Permission requested. Execute exit plan for adding phone input component.
Okay, this is good enough. Oops. Slow now.
Permission requested. Command to install libphoneNumber.js dependency.
It's off by 2 minor versions. Oh, got it.
Permission requested. Command to run validation tests. Permission requested. Run validation tests using bash command.
I don't think it's done yet.
Permission requested. Command to run phone input tests. 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 Permission requested. Command to run lint, typecheck, and test suite.
Take a look at our page changes. Is there anything you would do differently? Improve?
Permission requested. Command to fix prettier formatting in specified files.
Where's 4, 5, 6, 7.
Permission requested. Run phone input tests in the Kiwi app.
I'm confused. How
Permission
does...
requested. Run full validation suite using bash commands.
In your stage version, auto-formatting happens in two phases. While typing, it does not aggressively reformat the visible text. The component stores exactly what the user typed in display value. It emits a clean value via on-value change. If input starts with plus, it tries to emit E164. On blur, it formats for display. If the stripped input starts with plus, it runs format phone for display valid. With the current behavior, they have to enter the country code themselves. If they type without plus, it stays as raw digits and fails validation. The helper text nudges them. Add a small static country prefix. Keep the current phone input behavior. Add an explicit clickable prefix assist. Show inline helper row. Don't most places use a country code dropdown? Keep the current approach. Keep current approach plus explicit quick action. Add a full country code trigger. Give me a proposal for 3. Rebuild this themselves. Clear it. Build phone input with country. What do you think about doing this to make country code input?
Permission requested. Command to search and display first 5 matching lines in UI components.
Interselector eliminates the must type plus first. Yeah, between the two of these models, they couldn't figure out the obvious thing to do.
Permission requested. Command to search for country name exports in node modules.
Claude, what do you think about this groups? Nope. We're gonna run out of tokens.
Permission requested. Ask user for preferred approach to country selector dropdown.
The country selector dropdown, which approach do you prefer? Custom searchable dropdown? Proposal says auto prefix. Pervasive change touching every navigation path. The app has deeply nested routes. Server-side auth enforcement. The current app has no client-side route guards on protected routes at all. The require auth layout is new client-side protection. Is the server also enforcing auth on API calls? If so, the client guard is all. There's a lot of stuff to do for this. Get this phone number done first. The first step. Need to do faster on 100 words. Man. Freaking keyboard is moving around so much. Okay. Faster. It's so close. But yeah, the keyboard's just shifting around so much. It's so annoying.
Permission requested. Execute exit plan mode with custom plan.
I saw I was going to propose the plan and it was going to distract me. We're not. Go ahead and investigate the plan a little bit. We're not going to implement it yet. We're just going to keep revising it.
I examined all references to the old phone input, confirmed the strict emit sticky country selection,
No mistakes.
display names fallback, and full cutover proposals, and identified additional considerations such as preserving the size prop, using tell national autocomplete, importing the example's mobile JSON, matching portal styling for the dropdown, and updating the error message. I also suggested adding a paste with international format test case, and offered to revise the plan with these changes. I wrote a new plan file at home/jordangarside/kiwi research/kiwi/app/happygroups/web/plan phone input with country. MD that outlines the updated phone input with country component, including a strict emit contract, sticky country selection, a module scope intel. Display names fallback, a full cutover without compatibility wrappers, preservation of the size prop, a non-optional error message change, portal styling matching the profile dropdown glassmorphism, an import from examples. Mobile, JSON for dynamic placeholders, and an expanded test section covering all required cases. I edited the planned phone input with country markdown file, updating the listbox description to include stable IDs, adding an on-raw change prop to the component definition, and enhancing the phone input with input mode set to tell. I also refined the placeholder handling, ARIA behavior, pointer down outside close logic, flag fallback layout, and added a bundle guard note, then created a new autofill style test section. Finally, I summarized the 7 applied suggestions, covering the guard note, on-raw change, ARIA IDs, pointer down change, input mode, flag fallback, and the autofill test.
Mm.
edited the plan phone input with country documentation to replace the parent reset description with an initial mount sync description, updated the register page migration section to include an on raw change prop for tracking raw phone state, and revised the accessibility tests and added a JS-DOM testing note about portal rendering and scroll stubs. I also incorporated 8 suggested improvements, such as initial mount parsing of prefilled E164 numbers, dropdown repositioning with collision handling, placeholder fallback, common countries guard, enter key form submit prevention, a focus return accessibility test, and JS-DOM testing environment details. I read a segment of the plan phone input with country markdown file, then edited 2 lines to clarify the keyboard navigation description and the register page TypeScript components prop handling, including the addition of an on raw change callback for tracking raw phone state. I also added a test that verifies pressing enter in the search does not submit the parent form. Permission requested. Execute exit plan mode.
So slow. Yeah, this should be working. There we go. That's pretty cool. Except for the fact that the dropdown doesn't handle.
Permission requested. Run phone input with country tests in the Kiwi app. Permission requested. Run phone input with country tests in the Kiwi app. Permission requested. Command to run tests after fixes. Permission requested. Run full validation suite using bash script. Permission requested. Run full validation suite from the Kiwi research repository. Permission requested. Command to autofix formatting in the Kiwi research directory. I confirmed that linting, type checking, and tests all passed successfully, and I marked task 6 as completed. Permission requested. Run tests after positioning change in the Happy Groups web application. Permission requested. Run full validation suite in bash. Permission requested. Command to autofix formatting in the Kiwi research directory.
Oops. It's already 5:15. Give this a little bit more time. Less permissive mission path.
I wrote a design system proposal in a markdown file that outlines 3 layers: a set of floating primitives, a visual shell with glass and solid variants, and semantic components like menu dropdown and combo box dropdown, and describes 5 independent migration steps to replace duplicated positioning and dismiss logic across the codebase. I also explained that the audit revealed all 5 components share the same get-bounding clientrect to fixed positioning and delayed click outside patterns, with only country dropdown handling viewport overflow, and that extracting primitives will provide viewport-aware behavior for all consumers.
Hmm. Such a pain. Every single time I do anything, there's like 3 branches off of what I'm doing that I also want to do immediately. I gotta go feed them. Wonder if I can get it started on this. Oops. I'm gonna keep doing this. Go feed them. And I gotta go sauna. Didn't start early enough today.
Permission requested. Exit plan mode. I opened and read the validation TypeScript source file and its corresponding test file. I reviewed the addendum and confirmed that the server line type policy, error contract, and rate limiting are already implemented, while CAPTCHA is a genuinely new feature and telemetry dashboards are only partially in place. I explained why I disagree with tightening the line type policy to mobile only and removing the best effort E164 fallback, and I recommended keeping the focus on the UI component swap and treating CAPTCHA, dashboards, and improved VO. I edited the markdown file to replace the combo box dropdown heading and description, fixing the ARIA contract for country dropdown and future searchable selects. I also updated the unit test descriptions for use floating position and use dismiss, and revised the integration test description for combo box dropdown to reflect the new area expanded attribute, ARIA, haspapup set to list box, and the removal of the combo box role on the trigger. I read sections of the plan floating primitives markdown file, updated the keyboard description, and inserted both a hard requirement about hover intent and a click outside compatibility note after the use dismiss behavior. I explained that I prefer keeping the inline style object returned by the hook rather than switching to CSS custom properties, pending a specific lint rule. I also confirmed that other items such as inside refs, floating ref, and combo box ARIA were already covered in the plan. I replaced the implementation order section in the markdown file with the updated text, and then read the file to verify that the final state is clean. I read the markdown plan file to understand the current design. Then I edited it to replace the use floating position result type with a new floating geometry type that returns numeric geometry instead of a React CSS properties style, and I updated the comment to reflect that change. I also modified the dropdown surface props definition to accept a geometry property of type floating geometry rather than a style property. Finally, I explained that the isLint no inline styles rule only permits inline objects that contain CSS custom properties, so returning numeric geometry aligns with the code base's linting requirements.
I don't know if I should do the dropdown first or if I should do the...
I edited the plan phone input with country markdown file, updating the value contract description and the positioning details, and then added the out of scope section at the end. Want me to apply the 3 fixes? I edited the phone input plan markdown to update the parsing description, and I edited the floating primitives plan markdown to adjust the use dismiss option snippet, and note that the outside press event option is configurable. I also read the profile dropdown styles file, and explained that the current country dropdown uses a solid style, while a glass style would require switching its background and shadow settings, and I offered to revert the panel style back to glass and update the plan accordingly. I edited the plan floating primitives markdown file to correct the glass morphism token description and changed the dropdown surface variant from solid to glass, and I updated the plan phone input with country markdown file to reference the profile dropdown styles TypeScript file as a glass panel style, noting that country dropdown will adopt this glass style.
Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and call it here. I'll probably have it do this plan, but yeah, I'm gonna call it because I'm gonna have to feed them and fauna, and then I'm not gonna have much time after that. So anyway, if anyone's watching, thanks for watching. Have a good rest of your night, morning, or afternoon. If you're watching later. Catch you later.
Permission